This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're T-minus 1 hour, 29 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. Finishing up at this time are the checks of the emergency detection system. Skip Chauvin, the test supervisor, now also making the spacecraft test supervisor, making some checks with the various members of the team, launch crew inside the spacecraft. The boost protective cover has now come closed. This is the cover which will protect the spacecraft hatch, both from the jettisoning of the launch escape system and also as it develops some friction as it goes up through the heavy Earth's atmosphere. The crew now, as they prepare the boost protective cover, will also be going around the white room, doing what's called breaking up the white room, or generally preparing it for retraction. Once the closeout crew departs the white room area, that white room will be retracted to a standby position. It will remain in that standby position down through the countdown to the T-minus 5 minute mark, at which time it will come back to the fully retract position. Now T-minus 1 hour, 28 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 19 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. At this time, the closeout crew has reported from the White Room that they are in the last stages of clearing out the White Room and making it ready for its retract position. Also going on at this time are some computer checks with the launch vehicle. These computer checks will be run continuously throughout the final portion of the countdown to ensure that the ground computers are communicating properly with the computers aboard the space vehicle. The launch crew had been having some problems with a vent valve in the first stage of the liquid oxygen tank. As mentioned earlier, the liquid oxygen, as it does boil off, is vented to the atmosphere. One of these vent valves appeared to be sticking. That problem now does appear to be solved as it has been brought closed. Now T-minus 1 hour, 19 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 9 minutes, 59 seconds and counting. At this time in the command module, Odyssey, the 3 crewmen, Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell, Command Module Pilot Jack Swigert, and Lunar Module Pilot Fred Hayes are very busy. The Spacecraft Commander and Command Module Pilot are configuring the stabilization and control system for liftoff and aligning that system with the guidance platform aboard the spacecraft. Also going on at this time is a check of the large propulsion system engine below the service module. This engine can be gimbaled in response to commands. This is done in 2 ways, and these systems are being checked out at this time. There is a thumb wheel control which can set the engine to a preset position for certain maneuvers, and also a rotational hand controller which can be used for the actual flight of a maneuver. These checks are being made now, the engine being gimbaled with Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell indicating the position that he is putting these to, and readouts are being made to ensure that the engine is gimbaling in proper response. Also at this time, a final checkout by the crew of the entry monitoring system. Also a final setting of this system. Our countdown proceeding well at this time, T-minus 1 hour, 8 minutes, 40 seconds. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're just passing the 1 hour mark in our countdown. Now in the final hour of the countdown toward the launch of Apollo 13. The closeout crew has now left the White Room area and will be standing by for the retraction to the 12-degree position of swing arm number 9. We've received word from the distinguished guest site that the stands over there are near capacity with some 4,500 guests in the area. The Vice President of the United States, Spyro Agnew, and Chancellor Willy Brandt, his special guests, have arrived in the area, although they are not at the stands yet. Out on the causeway at a guest site, we have 7,000. This is the largest guest number that we have ever had on our causeway site. To recap our countdown, which has proceeded very well today, we resumed the count after a 9 hour and 13 minute built-in hold at 4:13 a.m. this morning. At that time, the cryogenic loading began. This is loading aboard the extremely cold liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen is the fuel for the second and third stage. Liquid oxygen, the oxidizer used on all 3 stages. RP1, or rocket propellant number 1, is the fuel used in the first stage. It is a kerosene-type fuel and was loaded before the countdown demonstration test back in mid-March. The cryogenic loading went well. There's over 800,000 gallons of cryogenics loaded aboard the Saturn V vehicle at this time. We entered a 1 hour built-in hold. This is a planned hold at the T-minus 3 hour and 30 minute mark. The crew was alerted this morning, shortly before 9 a.m., by Colonel Tom Stafford, Chief of the Astronaut Office. They then proceeded for a short or brief medical examination by Dr. John Teagan and Dr. Alan Harder. They were pronounced in good shape and ready for their flight. They then had the traditional breakfast of steak and eggs, tenderloin steak, eggs, orange juice, coffee, jelly, and toast. After a brief mission briefing, they donned their spacesuits and took the 8-mile trip in the transfer van to the pad area. They have now been in the spacecraft going through a variety of tests and checks, going over all their switch lists and so on. Our weather at this time is better than had been predicted earlier. We're still looking for some clouds to move into the area, and we'll be expecting a temperature of approximately 80 degrees at our launch time. We continue counting down toward a launch time of 2:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now at T-minus 57 minutes, 15 seconds and counting, this is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 55 minutes and counting. T-minus 55 minutes and counting, and the countdown continues to go well here at the Kennedy Space Center. The closeout crew has now left the White Room. We're standing by for the retraction of the swing arm. Swing arm number 9, that's actually scheduled to come at the 43-minute mark in the countdown. However, the closeout crew did leave somewhat early, so that event could come a little bit early than scheduled. Now we'll go to the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, Texas for a status.
This is Mission Control, Houston. At the present time, the flight controllers here in Mission Control are monitoring the countdown and the status of the crew, the launch vehicle, and the spacecraft. The Worldwide Manned Spaceflight Network is up and ready to support the launch. We do have a problem with the Vanguard tracking ship downrange in the mid-Atlantic. A tracking data processor, we understand, is down on the Vanguard, and we will not get high-speed radar tracking unless this problem is cleared up. The Vanguard is a desirable element of the tracking network, but is not essential, and we're going to continue the launch with that problem. Just a few minutes ago, Ken Mattingly, who until a few days ago was the prime command module pilot for Apollo 13, arrived in Mission Control. Ken will be assisting at the Capcom console, and he's joined astronaut John Young and astronaut Joe Kerwin on the Capcom console. As he arrived in Mission Control, Flight Director Milton Windler greeted him and said, "Sorry to see you here, Ken." This is Mission Control, Houston, at T-minus 53 minutes and 20 seconds.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 49 minutes 58 seconds and counting. At this time, we're making some preparations for range safety command system checks. These checks are the system aboard the launch vehicle, which could be used by the range safety officer to destroy the vehicle should it stray off its intended course. These destruct actions, of course, would not be taken until the astronaut crew had been advised and were safely away from the vehicle. We're also standing by to wait for swing arm 9 to retract. That should be happening within the next 5 or 10 minutes. The countdown continuing to move along nicely in the last hour now, T-minus 49 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 45 minutes and counting. T-minus 45 minutes and counting. Preps are now underway for moving the swing arm back to the 12-degree or park position. Launch site recovery forces have called in at this point and have indicated they're on station and ready to support the launch of Apollo 13. The prime crew inside the spacecraft at this time left the manned spacecraft operations building at Kennedy Space Center at 11:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning on their way out to the pad. They took the 8-mile trip in the transfer van, went up to the White Room level where Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell was the first one to board the spacecraft at 11:32 a.m. He was followed by the lunar module pilot, who moved in. Fred Hayes moved into the right-hand seat at 11:32. The command module pilot stood by in the elevator with a suit technician, was the last one to come aboard. He came aboard at 11:44 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are now standing by for retraction of the White Room that should occur in approximately 47 seconds. When it comes back, it will come back to a 12-degree or standby position. From this position, it can be quickly brought back to the command module if there is a need for the crew to egress or if we need to get a team into the crew. At the T-minus 5-minute mark in the countdown, the swing arm number 9 will come back to the fully retract position, and it will then stay in the fully retract position throughout the launch. Once the White Room has been moved back to the 12-degree position, the launch escape tower above the command module will be armed. Now standing by for the movement of the swing arm 9 some 5 seconds from this time. T-minus 43 minutes and counting, and swing arm 9 should be coming back. Swing arm 9 moving back now to the 12-degree position. It's about some 10 feet now from the spacecraft. We now have word that the Vice President, Spiro Agnew, and the Chancellor of West Germany, Willy Brandt, have arrived at the distinguished guest site. Now T-minus 42 minutes, 31 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 39 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. At this time, the command destruct system tests are now underway with the launch vehicle team. The launch escape system above the command module has now been armed, and that escape system now would be capable of lifting the command module free of the launch vehicle should a problem arise. A correction to the last announcement, the lunar module pilot Fred Hayes entered the spacecraft at 11:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. Our countdown proceeding at this time, T-minus 39 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
This is a test on PAO release, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, test out.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 34 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. At this time, the range safety command checks have just been completed. Preparations are now underway for the power transfer test. This is a critical test to ensure that the power can be transferred from the external source, which we have been using to conserve on batteries, to ensure that the power can be successfully transferred to the batteries aboard the space vehicle and that the systems are go on those space vehicle batteries. Now T-minus 34 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control as we move into the final half hour of our countdown. T-minus 29 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. The Brevard Sheriff's Department, Brevard County, Florida, has reported that along Route 1, the closest major highway to Kennedy Space Center, there are some 100,000 people and 25,000 cars parked watching for the launch of Apollo 13. Along the Indian and Banana Rivers, it's reported that both rivers are literally filled with boats and spectators standing by to watch the launch. A private airport in Brevard County also reports some 500 private planes have landed and are parked at the airport. Our countdown continuing now. The power transfer test underway. T-minus 29 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 25 minutes and counting. T-minus 25 minutes and counting, and that critical launch vehicle power transfer test has been successfully completed. The lunar module will remain on internal power for approximately 10 minutes while the instrumentation aboard the lunar module is thoroughly checked out. It will then be deactivated and won't be reactivated again until the men enter the lunar module on their trip to the moon. As the Apollo Saturn V sits on the pad at this time, it's 214,369 nautical miles from their destination, the moon. Now, T-minus 24 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
This is a test on PAL release. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test out. This is a test on PAO release. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 19 minutes, 59 seconds and counting. Now, passing the 20-minute mark in our countdown, and the spacecraft test supervisor has indicated that they're running just slightly ahead of that in their countdown. The command module pilot, Jack Schweikert, is now pressurizing the service module reaction control system. This is the system on the service module, which consists of 4 quadrants with 4 engines each. Each one of these develops 100 pounds of thrust. He's arming these systems by letting the hypergolic fuels, these are monomethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide, flow down through the system down to the final valves. Hypergolic fuels ignite on contact, so once those final valves are open, they would ignite and the system would be activated. Schweikert also reading out the temperatures and pressures of that system. The countdown moving along well at this time, T-minus 19 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn launch control passing the 15-minute mark, T-minus 14 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. Chill down of the second stage, or S2 stage, start tanks is in process. This is necessary to prepare those start tanks for the flow of the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The S2 or second stage will ignite at some 2 minutes 46 seconds into the mission if all goes as planned. The crew has been relatively quiet, answering the spacecraft test conductor, Skip Chauvin, in a terse, business-like manner as he questions them on certain switches and checks. In the distinguished guest site, the Vice President, Spiro Agnew, the Chancellor of West Germany, Willy Brandt, and the Secretary of State Rogers, all with a large crowd over there awaiting the launch of Apollo 13. Our countdown continuing to go well at this time. The spacecraft is now going to full internal power. Up to this point, it's been sharing its power load with the fuel cells aboard the spacecraft with an external power source. Also being carried out at this time is a Astrocom launch circuit check. This is the circuit that's used by the astronauts, the spacecraft test conductor and launch operations manager, and the Capcom Stoney, or Paul Weitz, here during the launch phase of the mission. Now T-minus 13 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 9 minutes 58 seconds and counting. The third stage start tanks are now beginning their chill down. The third stage scheduled to ignite at 9 minutes 22 seconds into the mission. Also going on at this time is one of the computer checks which are carried out throughout the final portion of the launch. This particular one is a checkout of the launch vehicle digital computer to ensure that it's ready for launch. A final check of the weather indicates that earlier worries about the weather have come to naught. Weather looks good and is satisfactory, presents no constraint to our launch. Now T-minus 9 minutes 25 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 5 minutes 27 seconds and counting. Now as we move into the final phase of the countdown, we're receiving go, no-go checks from various elements of the launch team. The spacecraft test conductor, Skip Chauvin, gave the test supervisor a spacecraft ready. At that time, on our large status board here in the firing room, the green light came on behind the spacecraft. Green light now is also on behind the emergency detection system. standing by for more checks. The mission director, Chet Lee, from the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, says we are go for launch, and the range indicates the range is ready to support. Chill down of the S4B stage. Chill down of the S4B stage being completed at this time. The S4B will ignite into the mission at 9 minutes 22 seconds. Swing arm number 9 now is retracting to the full retract position. Swing arm number 9 coming back to the full retract position, and the Director of Launch Operations, Walt Caprian, has given Apollo 13 a go for launch. We're now approaching the 4-minute mark. At the T-minus 4-minute mark, we'll be standing by for Jack Baltar, the launch vehicle test conductor, to say that his launch vehicle team is ready to carry out the final phase here of the countdown. At the T-minus 3-minute 7-second mark, we will get the ignition sequence start. This will put us on an automatic sequencer, and the remainder of the count from that time will be on automatic. The sequencer can check out literally hundreds of items in the space vehicle. At the same time, the team here in the Launch Control Center will be monitoring red line values. These are such things as temperatures and pressures, which we do not want to either go above or below. A final communications checks now. The astronauts on the Astrocom circuit, and Launch Operations Manager Paul Donnelly, during his final check, said, "Good luck, head for the hills." He was referring to the hilly Frau-Morrow region of the moon. As we come up on the T-minus 3-minute mark at 3 minutes, the capsule communicator, Paul Weitz, will begin reading out the minus time to the crew. Looking up at our status board now, we can see that the spacecraft, or the first stage preparations, are now complete. The firing command has now been initiated. This is the automatic sequencer, and we have a confirmation on our status board that the launch sequence has started. We're now in our final 3 minutes of the countdown, 2 minutes 56 seconds, and Apollo 13 continues to be go. The astronauts still reporting back from the spacecraft Odyssey. Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell says Odyssey is go. He will be the last one to perform a function here during the countdown. At the T-minus 45-second mark, the Commander Jim Lovell will set the final alignment of the spacecraft guidance. That's the last crew action before the liftoff of Apollo 13. We continue to aim for a liftoff at 2:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now T-minus 2 minutes, 18 seconds and counting, and our count continues to look good. Our weather is no constraint to launch today. Earlier fears about the weather seem to have dissipated. A stationary front over the Florida-Georgia border has not sent down the predicted bad weather that we had feared. We just passed the 2-minute mark, in the countdown, and the pressurization now of the vehicle tanks is beginning. The third stage liquid oxygen tank has now been pressurized, and the second stage liquid oxygen tank has been pressurized. We'll be making our final transfer from external power source, that is from the external power source at the pad, to the launch vehicle batteries at the T-minus 50-second mark. We'll be keeping an eye on that power transfer at T-minus 50 seconds. The S4B propellants now all pressurized. S4B propellants, that's the third stage of the Saturn V, pressurized. 1 minute, 15 seconds and counting. The spacecraft equipment now is on its own internal cooling. It's been sharing its cooling getting its cooling from an external power source up to this time. We're now approaching the T-minus 1 minute mark. T-minus 1 minute, T-minus 1 minute and counting. Now in the final minute of our countdown. At the 30-second mark, swing arm number 1 will retract. T-minus 50 seconds. As we pass the T-minus 50-second mark, the power transfer takes place. First stage, second stage, third stage, and the instrument unit going to internal power. T-minus 37 seconds, and our count continues to go well. We'll be looking for an ignition of those 5 first stage engines at the T-minus 8.9 second mark. We've passed T-minus 30. T-minus 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 0. We have commit and we have liftoff at 2:13. The Saturn V building up to 7.6 million pounds of thrust, and it has cleared the tower.
This is Mission Control Houston. We appear to have a good first stage at this point. Flight Dynamics Officer says the trajectory looks good. We show 1/2 mile in altitude at this time.
13 Houston, go at 30 seconds.
Roll complete and we're pitching.
Roger that. Stand by for mode 1 Bravo. Mark 1 Bravo.
I have command.
Altitude 1.2 miles, velocity 1,500 feet per second.
Houston, go at 1. We show the cabin relieving.
13, roger.
And at 1 minute 10 seconds, we show an altitude of 4.1 nautical miles. Downrange 1 mile. All sources continue to report we're go. The trajectory on our plot boards is right on the pre-planned line. And the booster engineer reports we're now through the region of maximum dynamic pressure and we're go.
Houston, stand by for mode 1 Charlie. Mark, you're 1 Charlie.
Mark 1 Charlie.
And 13, you're go for staging.
Go for staging, roger. We're EDS manual.
Altitude now 17 miles, coming up on staging.
Step forward.
Jim Lovell reports the inboard engine has shut down as scheduled.
We confirm inboard out 13, you're looking good.
Roger.
Coming up on 30 miles altitude.
It's still ignition.
Roger. Houston, trajectory's good, thrust is good.
Roger.
Capcom Joe Kerwin confirming to the crew that the second stage looks good at this point. We're now 46 miles high, 78 miles downrange.
Skirt. Tower jet.
We confirm skirt SEP, roger tower jet, mode 2, Jim, looking good.
Mode 2.
Launch vehicle. And Lovell reports that the guidance system is correcting the small errors.
13 Houston, guidance is good and the CMC is go.
Okay, thank you. 13, roger.
Coming up now on 4 minutes. We're now at an altitude of 63 miles. At 4 minutes 15 seconds, the trajectory.
Your go at 4 minutes, so little red lines are right on the little white lines down here.
Sounds good.
Velocity up now to 11,000 feet per second. That's about 36% of the amount needed for a minimum orbit. We're now 75 miles in altitude. ...222 miles downrange now. The ECOM reports...
Up 5 minutes, you're looking perfect, over.
13, roger.
And our ECOM reports that the cabin pressure is sealed at 6.1 pounds, which is normal. We're now 250 miles downrange, altitude 81 nautical miles. And at 5 minutes 30 seconds into the launch, we continue to look very good on the second stage. Jim Lovell just reported the inboard engine is shut down as scheduled.
'13 Houston, stand by for S4B to COI capability.
S4B to COI, roger.
Roger, you've got it now, Jim.
We've got S4B to COI.
Booster reports that the inboard engine shutdown was a bit early. We're continuing to burn on the 4 outboard engines.
13.
Go, 6. And Houston, what's the story on engine 5?
Jim, Houston, we don't have a story on why the inboard out was early, but the other engines are go and you're go.
Roger.
At 6 minutes 40 seconds.
Still looking good. Your gimbals are good. Trim is good.
Roger.
'13 Houston, level sense arm time 8 plus 38 nominal. S2 cutoff time 9er plus 48. Over.
Roger, nominal on the level sense arm, 9er 48 on the S2 cutoff.
That's affirmative, and stand by for S4B to orbit. Mark, you have S4B to orbit, Jim.
Roger, we have S4B to orbit.
We still have 4 good engines on the Saturn second stage. We show an altitude of 96 nautical miles, 545 downrange. And at 7 minutes 45 seconds, booster reports we are go. All 4 engines remaining looking good. The early shutdown of the center engine would cause no problem. We would burn a little bit longer than normally scheduled.
Houston looking good at 8 minutes.
13, roger.
And at 8 minutes 17 seconds, we show a velocity of 18,000 feet per second. That's about 71% of the amount needed for a minimal orbit. At 8 minutes 35 seconds, continuing to burn on the second stage. All 4 remaining engines looking good at this point.
Apollo 13 Houston, mark level sense arm.
Mark level sense arm, roger.
Apollo 13 Houston, at 9 minutes, you're go. The CMC is go.
Okay, Joe. 13, roger.
Our predicted shutdown time on the second stage is 9 minutes 48 seconds. Flight Director Milton Windler getting a staging status now from his flight controllers.
13 Houston, you are go for staging.
13, roger, go for staging.
Apollo 13 Houston, stand by for mode 4 capability. Mark, you have mode 4, Jim.
Mode 4, roger. Staging.
And level report staging.
And S4 ignition, Houston.
Roger that, Jim. Thrust looks good.
Roger.
Houston, you're looking good. Trajectory, guidance, CMC are all go.
Thank you, Joe.
And at 10 minutes 30 seconds, we are now 102 miles in altitude, 1,080 miles downrange.
Houston, at 11 minutes, your go. Predicted cutoff on the S4B is 12 plus 34, over. Apollo 13, Houston, your go at 11.5 and predicted cutoff time is 12 plus 34, over.
Understand, 12 plus 34 predicted cutoff time.
That's affirmed.
Coming up on 12 minutes, still looking good. We're standing by now for a crew report of third stage shutdown.
Seco.
Copy Seco, Jim. We're looking at the diski.
Roger.
And the flight dynamics officer says at first glance we look good on the orbit.
Apollo 13, Houston, you have a go orbit, all sources, and the booster is safe, over.
Go orbit and the booster is safe. Thank you, Joe.
Don't mention it. Houston, we copy your noun 44.
Okay, Joe.
The booster engineer reports at this time that the S4B third stage looks good. Being configured now for orbital operations. We're standing by for a confirmation from the flight dynamics officer of our preliminary orbit.
Apollo 13 Houston, your preliminary orbit down here is 102.5 times 100.3, and everything is looking good.
Roger, Houston, and it looks good to be up here again.
I'll bet. Apollo 13 Houston, I have your Z torquing angle. You ready?
Jack's ready for copy, Joe.
Okay, it's plus decimal 26, over.
Okay, Joe, plus .26.
That's Roger.
This is Mission Control at 17 minutes. We've had loss of signal with the spacecraft. We'll be reacquiring shortly through the Canary Island tracking station. The total burn duration on the third stage was about 45 seconds longer than planned. We would not expect at this point that this would have any serious effect on the trans-lunar injection. The fact that we did consume a bit more propellant out of the third stage than was originally planned. We're standing by now for acquisition of signal through the Canary Island station. We should be reacquiring radio contact with the spacecraft shortly. This is Apollo Control. We're still standing by for any conversation with the spacecraft over Canary Islands. The booster systems engineer reports that at this point he has no explanation for the early shutdown of the S2 Saturn second stage center engine.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, a couple minutes to LOS, Jim. Everything is looking real good. Your AOS time at Carnarvon will be 52:36, and we don't have too much of a handle on why the inboard cut off early, except that it apparently was an engine problem and not a switch select function. But we're certain that you'll be able to make TLI based on what we're looking at now.
Roger, nothing like an interesting launch.
That's right. Apollo 13 Houston, Canary LOS in 30 seconds. Request command reset, please.
Roger, command reset, come up.
Thank you. Apollo 13 Houston, request low bit rate, please, over.
Low bit rate.
This is Apollo Control. We've had loss of signal now with the spacecraft at the Canary Island tracking station. We won't reacquire again until the spacecraft reaches the tracking station at Carnarvon, Australia. That will be at a ground elapsed time of 52 minutes 36 seconds. Recapping, at the time we lost contact with the spacecraft through Canary Islands, we look to be in very good shape for the trans-lunar injection burn with the Saturn third stage. The second stage center engine shut down about 2 minutes early. The total overburn time on the third stage was about 10 seconds, and we don't expect that this would have any effect on the trans-lunar injection. At 25 minutes 20 seconds, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Firing Room 1 at the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center. The Vice President of the United States and Chancellor Willy Brandt are now entering the firing room. They're making their way up to the management level of the firing room, where they'll be greeted here by the senior members of the launch team.
Dr. Kurt Debus.
Dr. Kurt H. Debus, the Director of Kennedy Space Center, now shaking hands with the Chancellor. Behind Dr. Debus is NASA Administrator Dr. Thomas O. Payne. Dr. Thomas O. Payne now taking a microphone, and he is going to hand that, it looks like, to the Vice President. He first is going to address the team here in the Launch Control Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, kept it on. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me back there all right? No?
Push up 125 then, boss.
Test it.
All station channel 1.
I'm going to hand...
And the culmination of the efforts of man to improve his destiny is probably greater in this program than anything that we've ever turned our national attention to. and I can assure you that we appreciate that very much. Again, it's a pleasure to be with you, and congratulations again on an outstanding accomplishment.
Introduce His Excellency, the Chancellor of West Germany.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I just wanted to say that I feel honored and deeply grateful to have been invited to the launching of Apollo 13 and to have this opportunity not only to extend my personal good wishes for a successful journey to the astronauts, but also to congratulate all those of you, those who are here and many others in this great country who have prepared and are actively involved in this project. This is already the 5th time that men are about to leave, or have left, as a matter of fact, for the moon. But it is for that no less daring an undertaking and no less exciting to anyone who had the privilege of watching it. In Germany, and I'm sure in all of Europe, people will follow this trip with the same keen interest and the same emotions as everybody in the United States. You here, gentlemen, together with all your colleagues, indeed are going in peace for all mankind. And on behalf of all my countrymen, I wish that this not only will be a successful trip and a safe return, but further progress for mankind. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, we in the American Space Program very much appreciate your kind words. We would like to give you a memento of your visit to Cape Kennedy to witness the launch of Apollo 13. We thought that a Saturn V rocket would be the appropriate memento, but it was too large to fit in your airplane, and so we have a somewhat smaller version here, which we hope that you will take with you as a reminder of the successful launch of Apollo 13.
Congratulations on your first total launch here.
Yeah. Hey, Paul, can you tell them that that's not coming through that mic and ask them if they can speak into this one? It isn't at all? It isn't coming in at all?
Hey, punch up 111 and 155. Now, why not? Coming through now?
Identität des europäischen Beitrags erkennbar, der selbstständige Beitrag deutlich wird und
This is Mission Control Houston at 52 minutes. We're standing by now for acquisition of signal, and our network controller reports we've just reacquired the spacecraft over the Carnarvon station.
And how do you read 13?
13 Houston, loud and clear.
Okay, Joe, everything's going good. We're proceeding on the timeline in good fashion. I've got a P-52 done. I can give you the torquing angles.
I'm ready for him, Jack.
Okay, use now 26, stars 26 and 33. The star angle difference was all balls. Now 93 minus 067 minus all balls plus 0.162. The time of torquing was 45 minutes, 35 seconds.
Well, that sounds marginally acceptable.
For a new CMP, it ain't too bad.
Yeah. Okay, 13, we got nothing for you at the moment. Everything's looking good. We're looking at your data now.
This is mission control at 57 minutes 15 seconds. Not much conversation with the crew on this pass over the Carnarvon tracking station. Jack Swigert reported that the platform had been aligned as called for in the flight plan. There's not a great deal of activity scheduled in the flight plan at this time. Flight Director Milton Wendler has checked the status with his flight controllers, and Capcom Joe Kerwin will be passing that up to the crew shortly.
Apollo 13 Houston, LOS Carnarvon in about 30 seconds. Honeysuckle on the hour, and verify your S-band is up for Honeysuckle, over.
That's verified.
Roger.
And Houston, we're beginning to see a beautiful sunrise here.
Roger that, Jim.
We've had loss of signal now with the spacecraft through Carnarvon. Apollo 13 will be coming within range of the tracking antennas at the Honeysuckle Creek, Australia station in less than a minute. We'll stand by for reacquiring. And at 1 hour, 10 minutes into the flight of Apollo 13, we should be reacquiring radio contact with the spacecraft through Honeysuckle Creek momentarily. Recapping briefly the situation during the launch, we had a normal first stage burn. The second stage ignition was normal, up through 5 minutes and 30 seconds, at which time the inboard engine, engine number 5, shut down early. The center engine had been scheduled to shut down at about 7 minutes and 44 seconds ground elapsed time. The cutoff on the second stage was at about 9 minutes 48 seconds, about 30 seconds early, and the total excess burn time on the third stage was about 10 seconds. Capcom Joe Kerwin has just put in a call to the crew. We've had acquisition of signal. We'll stand by for conversation with the spacecraft.
13 Houston through Honeysuckle.
Roger, Houston, 13 here, reading you loud and clear.
Okay, S-band sounds good, Jim. ahead, 13.
It'll be okay if I crank up the FM.
You're coming in weak. I didn't quite copy it.
It's going to be okay, Joe, if we crank up the FM after we leave Honeysuckle here.
Oh, stand by on that one. Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
What TV was that? Okay, 13.
Okay, Joe, I just wanted to put on the TV switch at Honeysuckle to tune her up there.
Roger, I'm being prompted, and you've got to go for that. You can turn it on, go to TV, and we'll see you that way over the States.
Okay.
Okay, 13 Houston, LOS Honeysuckle in about 30 seconds, and we'll see you over the States at 1 plus 28 plus 43. Houston, did you copy your AOS time?
We've had loss of signal now from the spacecraft. At last look, everything appeared to be normal with the spacecraft and the launch vehicle. We currently show an orbit of 103.2 nautical miles. Actually, correction on that, 102.6 by 106.3, and our current altitude is 103.2. We'll be reacquiring the spacecraft over the United States at the ground elapsed time of 1 minute 28 seconds 28 minutes 43 seconds, at which time you heard the crew advise that they will be configured for the TV transmission, which is scheduled to occur at about 1 hour 36 minutes over the Mila station. The post-launch press conference is scheduled to begin shortly at Cape Kennedy at 1 hour 7 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Okay, we're back here at the Kennedy Space Center now, and I guess we're ready to proceed. We're going to attempt to conduct this post-launch conference between communications with the spacecraft. This gives us approximately some 20 minutes. We'll do our best to try and get as many questions in that time, but I'll be standing by for a signal also so we can go back to air-ground at the proper time so that you can keep up with every phase of the mission. At this point, I'd like to introduce Mr. Walter Caprian, Director of Launch Operations for the Kennedy Space Center and Launch Director for Apollo missions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see you on a clear day for a change. I guess there really isn't too much to report to you as far as the countdown itself is concerned. It was perfectly nominal. We had no problems whatsoever with the spacecraft. with one exception, and that was in that we do have a lock to safe our pyro bus, and it takes a key to remove that lock, and we broke the darn key off in the lock, and it took us a little while to get it out. We did have a spare key, and we took that off, and that's the sum and substance of our problems with the spacecraft. At approximately 1 hour and 50 minutes before launch, we did run into a little difficulty with a LOX vent valve in the S1C stage, which we were attempting to cycle open and closed as required for the venting process, and it stuck on us in the full open position, and we ran through a repeated number of cycles attempting to free it, and for some time we're unsuccessful in doing so. It causes concern in that if we had not been able to close the vent valve, we would not have been able to pressurize the LOX tank at T-minus 72 seconds. However, we did run some nitrogen gas through the system, and we were able to sufficiently raise the temperature such that we were able to close the valve, and we proceeded the rest of the way with that vent valve in a closed position at all times. And we do have a second vent valve in the stage that we relied on to give us the correct conditions at time of stage pressurization at T-minus 72 seconds. Those two items were the sum and substance of the problems that we encountered during the entire countdown. As most of you know by this time, the first stage burn was perfectly nominal. You may have noticed that it seemed almost like an eternity before the vehicle cleared the tower. Well, that, of course, was because this is the heaviest vehicle that we've flown. It was approximately 26,000 pounds heavier at liftoff than Apollo 12, and the S1C engines, though they were perfectly within specification, were rated at about 100,000 pounds total thrust less than those that we had on the Apollo 12 vehicle. This made the time about 1/2 to 3/4 of a second longer in clearing the tower. All of the first stage burn, as I mentioned earlier, was perfectly nominal. The second stage burn was nominal up until the time that the S2 inboard engine cut off. That engine is normally cut off by a switch selector command approximately 90 seconds before the outboard engines are cut off. For some reason that we have not been able to determine at this time, the engine did cut itself off approximately 2 minutes earlier than planned. Now, as a result of that having happened, the outboard engines, of course, burned approximately a half a second longer. They burned to fuel depletion and made up some of the energy that was lost by virtue of the inboard engine having cut off early. And when we burned the S4B, it burned approximately half a minute longer than originally planned in order to make up the deficiency. And at the end of the first burn of the S4B, the deficiency was made up. Now, we had approximately a 2,200 pound payload margin for this mission. We used up a little bit of that margin by the fact that the engine did cut off early, but we did not use up enough to lose any confidence in our ability to perform the TLI maneuver. We still do have a 3 sigma capability. So we have no reason to suspect that we will not have a good TLI burn and fly a perfectly nominal mission from this point on. I guess that's all I have in the way of general comments. Feel free to ask any questions if you choose to.
Hey, Dick, right down here.
Why did we nominally have the main stage engines lower rated than thrust, if I understood you correctly?
They weren't, well, you know, the vendor guarantees engine performance to a certain specification. These engines did meet that specification. It just so happens that they weren't quite as hot as the ones we flew on Apollo 12. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't mean to imply that. I'm just explaining to you why it took a little longer to clear the tower than it had taken on previous missions.
Up there. Go ahead.
Does the longer time for the S4B burn affect the timeline at all?
I don't think it affects us significantly. I think we're going to be within seconds, certainly not more than a minute or two.
Go ahead, Sanders.
Do you have that total liftoff weight, since it was the heaviest, other than 26,000 more than the other?
No, I don't. It was, if you recall what Apollo 12 was, add 25,600 pounds to it.
It was about 6.4, but we'll check that figure for you. Al, all right, go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Reg.
You told us there was a 22,000-pound payload margin.
2,200 pound.
200, thanks. How much of that margin has been consumed, please?
The best we can determine, we used up a significant proportion of that margin. Now, beyond that margin, we still have what we call a 3 sigma capability. So we have the full 3 sigma capability plus somewhat of a margin. And at the time I left the firing room, we did not have all of the numbers in yet telling us exactly how much we had, but we're able to establish that we did have the full 3 sigma margin. The 2,200 pounds was something that was a little bit of gravy that we had in addition to that.
But is it a fact that you've just got enough for TLI now?
Yes. For a 3 sigma condition. In other words, for a worst case condition. If you put all of your 3 sigma errors together, which is the basis on which we plan our missions, we have enough reserves to handle that.
Thank you.
We still have margin.
We have all the margin we wanted to have.
We have not used up all our margin or even come close to using it.
We have our full 3 sigma margin.
Sanders?
On that weight again, where do you get in the extra 22,000 pounds? Is that fuel, and if so, located where?
As far as the margin itself was concerned, well, we flew with some extra propellants aboard this vehicle, part of it for the reason of flying this mission and part of it to just get a little bit of added knowledge as a preliminary to flying the J missions, which are going to be missions where we fly with heavier payloads than we've been flying to this time. So we loaded the tanks up more than was required to fly the mission.
Go ahead,
deliberately.
Do you have enough fuel left to guide the S4B for the lunar impact?
I asked that question when I left the firing room. The best answer I could get at that time was that we should not affect our capability of flying the nominal lunar impact with the S4B. In other words, we expect to impact the S4B where we had planned to.
Ed, over here.
Well, that's the same question I wanted to ask.
You have any over here? I don't see any more hands. Okay, we'll take 2 over here and then we'll wrap it up.
Mattingly was in the control room. Was there no concern about his being infectious with German measles?
He was in the control room in Houston.
Mattingly left the Cape last night.
I think we'll try to find that out for you, Ben, but I don't think we have any details. Ken Mattingly observed the launch from the Mission Control Center in Houston, not here. Did you have a question, Andy? Go ahead.
Could you give us the figures again for the additional burn of the S2 and the S4B?
Yes, the S2 inboard engine, the center engine, cut off 2 minutes and 7 seconds earlier than it was supposed to. As a result of that, the outboard engines burned 33.96, roughly 34 seconds longer than they would have had the inboard engine burn for its proper time. As far as the S4B is concerned, the delta in time was about the same, 33.97, roughly 34 seconds longer.
Okay, we'll take one here.
One last thing about this extra fuel, Walt. Did you have extra fuel in the S4B by any chance as a result of running this weight up, and did that give you a little more leeway?
Yes, we had some extra fuel in all three stages. We had about the same amount of LOX that we flew on Pete Conrad's mission. We had approximately 9,500 pounds more RP1 than we had on Apollo 12. And we had more LOX and hydrogen in both the other stages. I knew those figures, but I've forgotten them. I can't give them to you.
Did that make any difference in the 3 sigma?
Well, it helped us out.
Okay. All right, we'll take one final one up here.
Can we have exact liftoff time, please?
Well, let me check here.
Shows in the zone.
Here it is. It was 600 milliseconds late.
Two 213.00.6. Okay, thank you very much. That completes the conference. We should be coming back up on an acquisition in about 10 minutes.
There's one thing I said that I'm not sure I knew what I was talking about and what it does to the timeline.
This is Apollo Control at 1 hour 28 minutes. We'll be reestablishing radio communications with Apollo 13 in about 40 seconds. As the station comes within range of the Guaymas, Mexico tracking station. During the launch phase, the medic reports the following heart rates. These are maximum heart rates for the 3 crewmen. Commander Jim Lovell had a maximum heart rate during the launch of 116. The command module pilot Jack Swigert had a maximum heart rate of 102, and the lunar module pilot Fred Hayes also had a maximum heart rate of 102. Capcom Joe Kerwin's just put in a call to the crew through Guaymas. Will stand by.
Apollo 13 Houston through Guaymas, over. Apollo 13 Houston. Apollo 13 Houston, over. Apollo 13 Houston, over. Apollo 13 Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Hello there. We thought you were still up there.
Yeah, we're just coming up on Baja, and I've got the TV on. Do you want it?
I don't think we require it just yet, Jack, but we'll command it when we're ready. I believe they're dumping the tape now. The booster looks good. The spacecraft looks good on the few minutes data we've had.
That sounds good. Jim finally let me look out.
How do you like it?
Chained me to the LED down there, stowing things and unstowing things, and I finally got a chance to look out and see the world.
That was Jack Swigert reporting apparently his first view out the windows.
Apollo 13 Houston, I have the TLI plus 90 and liftoff plus 8 pads whenever you're ready.
Okay, go ahead with the TLI pad, Joe.
Okay. This is the TLI plus 90 pad. SPS. GNN 63825 minus 154 plus 132 004 064553 minus 049017 plus 00001 plus 66340 180-228-001. HA is N/A. HP is plus 00179er. 66522 737 66265 26 1554 157. Boresight star is Zeta Sagittarii, up 080, right 21, minus 2281, minus 02500, 11407, 34087, 0133214. Set stars Arcturus, Denebula, roll 044, pitch 012, yaw 025. Knowledge, over.
Joe, we had a dropout of signal there about midway or about just at the start of your pad, and Fred didn't get it. We'd like you to start over again. Could you please?
Sure thing. You want the whole thing?
Yes, I think you better.
Okay, TLI plus 90. SPS, GNN. 63825 minus 154 plus 132 004 06 4553 minus 049017 plus 00001 plus 66340 180 228 001 N/A plus 00179er 66522 737 66265 26 1554 157. Zeta Sagittarii, up 080, right 21, minus 2281, minus 02500, 11407, 34087, 0133214. Set stars Arcturus, Denebula, roll 044, pitch 012, yaw 025, knowledge, over.
Okay, Joe, that's 63825 minus 154 plus 132 004 06 4553.
Fred Houston, standby one.
Minus 049017 plus 00001 plus 66340.
Fred Houston, over.
Go ahead.
That's correct. We'd like you to go the S-band aux TV switch to TV, please.
Okay, it's set to TV.
Okay, we're not getting a signal.
Okay, I'll go to transmit, Joe.
Okay, you can continue reading back.
Okay, roll 180, pitch 228, yaw 001, N/A, plus 00179er, 66522, 737, 66265. And a missed sextant shaft trunnion 157, Zeta Sagittarius, and a missed sextant shaft trunnion 157, Zeta Sagittarius up 080, roll 21, minus 2281, minus 00, correction, minus 02500, 11407, 34087, 013, 3214. Set stars Arcturus and Nebula. Roll line 044, pitch 012, yaw 025, no ullage.
Roger, Fred, read back correct. The sextant star is 26, and the shaft is 1554, over.
Okay, sextant star 26 and 1554.
Roger, and we have a picture now, however, it's moving around quite a bit. If you could hold the camera a little steadier. And I have your...
Joe, there's nothing but clouds outside, and when we get some land down there coming up, I'll switch back to the window. I thought I'd just show you Jim here to make sure he's still here.
Okay, real fine. We had a good picture of Jim there for a minute. I have the Liftoff +8 pad, Fred, if you're ready.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, GETI 00800. Delta VT 7835, longitude minus 165, GET 400K 02236, over.
Okay, 00800, 7835, minus 165, 02236.
Okay, that, and I have TLI pad for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
TLI 22605, 179er, 108 000, 547, 10416-9er, 35587, 358, 139er, 320, 302, 319er, 040. Ejection time 4 plus 01 plus 00. Over.
Okay, TLI 2 plus 26 plus 05, 179er, 108, 000, 5 plus 47, 10416-9er, 35587, 358, 13-9er, 320, 302, 31-9er, 040. And ejection time 4 plus 01 plus 00.
Roger, Fred. Read back correct, and we're getting a nice color TV picture now. If you have any commentary to go with it.
Okay, Joe. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where we are here.
That's your job, not mine.
So I must, I've just been up out of the LED for a short time here. I'm trying to find out which country we're over.
I have to keep telling Jack that the blue stuff down there is water.
I'll give you a hint. You're in the Western Hemisphere.
Okay, Joe, it appears like that we've crossed out into the Gulf of Mexico here. And I've got a peninsula or an island that's down there. I don't know whether you can see it.
Roger, Jack. We see that. Of course, there's a lot of cloud cover, and you see it more clearly than we do, but it does look like the Earth, not the Moon.
Apollo 13 Houston, we've had LOS Mila now. Thank you very much.
Of the southern coast of the United States, but we'll stay with it and perhaps we'll get a better picture in a moment.
Apollo 13 Houston, request poo and accept for a state vector, over.
Roger, Houston, we're in poo and accept.
Okay. Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, the computer is yours, Jim.
Thank you.
And you are go for TLI. Huntsville reports that you have a 6-second propellant pad, which is 3 seconds more than the 3 sigma case. So you're good on consumables. The IU is so good that we're not going to update it. The only change we have for you is in the TLI checklist. At 57 minutes, where you slew the FDAI to 18 degrees, we recommend 20 degrees there. And we recommend that you look for 8 degrees instead of 6 degrees at ignition. The S4B is riding on the top of its deadband.
Understand, and just out of curiosity, was that engine out to be used up more S4B fuel?
The engine out did cause you to use more S4B fuel, about a 10-second longer burn, but you're still go.
Okay, thank you.
And 13 Houston, we're ready to support pyro arm and docking probe extension whenever you're ready.
Okay, Houston, docking probe has been extended and all indications are nominal. We're down to pyro arm now, and we'll get ready.
Okay, Jim.
Okay, Houston, my circuit breaker's arms are closed, sequential logic 2 on and up, and we're standing by.
Okay, 13, your go for pyro arm.
We've had loss of signal now with the spacecraft through the Vanguard tracking ship. We'll be reacquiring at Canary Islands in just a few minutes.
Will you read this?
Roger, 13, go ahead.
Roger, we have our sequential arm circuit breakers in and our sequential logic 2 on and up, and we're just standing by for your confirmation for a go.
Oh, sorry, 13, you didn't copy. You are go for pyro arm, over.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
About 2.5 minutes to LOS, Jim, and your AOS at Carnarvon will be 2 plus 25 plus 50. Over.
Roger, AOS at Carnarvon, 2 plus 25 plus 50.
All right, it's firm. Apollo 13, Houston, LOS in about 1 minute. At LOS, we'd like command reset and then normal.
Roger.
We've lost contact now with the spacecraft through the Canary Islands tracking station. We'll be reacquiring in a little less than 30 minutes at a ground elapsed time of 2 hours, 26 minutes when the spacecraft comes within range of the tracking antennas at Carnarvon, Australia. During the pass over the United States and out over the Atlantic, Capcom Joe Kerwin gave the crew a preliminary go-ahead for trans-lunar injection. We have adequate propellant margins on the Saturn third stage, despite the some 10 seconds of additional burn in getting into orbit due to the early shutdown of the second stage center engine. It is not expected that the somewhat later injection time will have any significant effect on the flight plan. The preliminary time for the beginning of the trans-lunar injection burn is 2 hours, 35 minutes, 27 seconds. The flight dynamics officer is in the process now of updating that time, but we don't expect a significant change. At 1 hour, 57 minutes, 55 seconds, this is Mission Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 2 hours 25 minutes. Apollo 13 is now about 10 minutes away from the scheduled ignition of the S-4B engine to start the spacecraft on its way to the moon. The flight dynamics officer advises that the planned time for the beginning of that burn will be 2 hours 35 minutes 44 seconds ground elapsed time. Our network controller reports that we've just had acquisition of signal with the spacecraft from Carnarvon. During this pass, flight controllers will be looking at the spacecraft and the launch vehicle, the S-4B, one last time before trans-lunar injection.
Joe, read you loud and clear. We're sitting here monitoring time base 6. You can see it counts downward 20 seconds away.
Okay, we're just starting to get data and everything still looks good to us.
Okay, Joe, at 2 hours and 12 minutes, the O2 flow highlight came on, and it's been pegged high ever since, so it's been on about 14 minutes now.
Roger 13, we're looking at it.
Time base 6.
Copy, time base 6. Okay, Apollo 13 Houston, you have a go for all systems, and the O2 flow high jack is nominal with the waste tank vent open at this time, and it's no sweat.
Okay, just wanted you all to check it for me.
Okay, we did.
Thank you.
The crew is rather quiet at this time, preparing for that trans-lunar injection burn. The burn again scheduled to begin at 2 hours 35 minutes 44 seconds. The predicted duration of the burn is 5 minutes 47 seconds, and we expect that the spacecraft and S4B will accelerate some 10,417 feet per second as a result of that maneuver. We will not get data from the burn. We'll be out of acquisition with the spacecraft at the time the maneuver occurs. 3 Araya aircraft, Apollo range instrumented aircraft, are stationed in the ground track off the coast of Australia underneath the point on Earth where the translunar injection burn will be occurring, and they'll be recording data from it, which we could play back somewhat later if necessary. The booster engineers just reported that the S4B chill down in preparation for the burn has begun.
Apollo 13 Houston, we'll be losing data from Carnarvon in about 1 minute. We'll probably have voice through Orion. Everything is hunky-dory, and we'll be listening for you to tell us how the burn goes.
Okay, this is 13. We're standing by too.
Well, we've had loss of signal now through Carnarvon, and Capcom Joe Kerwin has just put in a call through one of the Araya aircraft.
Okay, Jim, it's not the best, but we're reading you.
Roger.
We expect communications will continue to be somewhat noisy during the time that conversation from the spacecraft is being relayed through the Araya aircraft. As mentioned before, we will not see the telemetry data on the burn. We do hope to get voice reports on the progress of the maneuver from the crew. We're now just a little more than 1 minute away from the scheduled beginning of that burn.
Copy that, Jim. Good deal.
Copy that, Jim. Good deal.
Jim Lovell reports we have ignition. Lovell's report would indicate we had very close to on-time ignition. The total burn duration should be about 5 minutes, 47 seconds.
Okay, so far.
Houston, roger.
Jim Lovell just reported that everything looks good with that burn. We're still about 7 minutes away from reacquiring the spacecraft through the station at Hawaii, at which time we'll get our first good look at the trajectory as a result of this burn.
Very well. At 38.
We're now 3.5 minutes into the translunar injection burn, some 2 minutes 17 seconds remaining in the maneuver, which will start Apollo 13 en route to the moon.
Houston, roger.
Now about 20 seconds away from the scheduled shutdown time. Jim Lovell reported a few moments ago that they're experiencing a bit of vibration on the S4B. Previous crews have also reported a similar experience toward the end of the burn.
It's off. Engine off.
Houston, copy. Engine off.
Lovell's report of engine off came about 5 or 6 seconds after the pre-planned time.
Hawaii in 3 minutes.
Roger, Hawaii in 3 minutes.
Our communications continuing to come to us relayed through the Araya aircraft. Capcom Joe Kerwin advised Lovell and the Apollo 13 crew that we'll be reacquiring a little less than 3 minutes from now through Hawaii, at which time we should get good solid S-band communications, and also our first look at the trajectory of Apollo 13 following the burn. Our communications is getting quite noisy at this point through the Araya relay. Lovell's reports of ignition and engine shutdown would indicate that the burn went at least fairly close to nominal. He reported engine shutdown about 6 seconds following the time that the engine was scheduled to shut down. And we'll be reacquiring at Hawaii in about 45 seconds. We've had acquisition of signal at Hawaii. We'll stand by for a call to the crew.
Apollo 13, Houston through Hawaii, over. 13 Houston, you're weak but clear. It'll probably get better in a second. We're standing by for the burn report.
Roger.
And 13 Houston, the booster reports that everything looks good with the S4.
Well, good, Houston. The ride was very nominal. We had a little vibration, though, during most of the run.
Okay, we copied your call on that, Jim.
Okay, Joe, the Disky read 35560 plus 04445 plus 01769er, and Delta BC was minus 3.0.
Oh, roger that. You can't ask for much better than that. How about the burn time, did you notice?
Okay, on my trusty watch, I had about 3 3/4 seconds long.
Okay, copy that. Apollo 13, Houston.
Roger, Houston, 13 here.
Okay, we have the S4B maneuver to SEP attitude commencing at 2 plus 5.6 plus 3.7. Duration of the maneuver 4 minutes. SEP time 3 plus 0.6 plus 3.7. Over.
Okay, if I heard those right, Joe, that S4B maneuver was 2 plus 5.6 plus 5.7, and SEP time is 3 plus 0.6 plus 2.7.
Correction on the seconds, 2 plus 5.6 plus 3.7, and 3 plus 0.6 plus 3.7.
Okay, 2 plus 5.6 plus 3.7 was the maneuver time, and the SEP time 3 plus 0.6 plus 2.7.
That's plus 3.72, exactly 10 minutes later, Fred.
Okay, 3.7.
This is Mission Control. We're now at 2 hours 54 minutes with the crew preparing for the CSM separation from the S4B, the subsequent docking with the lunar module, and the ejection of the LM and command module from the Saturn third stage. The times of all of those events are almost precisely as indicated in the flight plan. The separation maneuver is scheduled to occur at ground elapsed time of 3 hours 6 minutes 37 seconds, and the docking would come then with the LEM at 3 hours 16 minutes ground elapsed time. Our displays in Mission Control are showing the effects of the translunar injection burn. We currently show the spacecraft at an altitude of 1,183 nautical miles, traveling at a velocity of 31,406 feet per second.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead.
We see the booster doing all the right things, and Fido says your trajectory looks good, and looks like we'll stick with a pretty close to nominal mid-course too. We'll have some numbers for you later.
Okay, and we concur. The S4B is maneuvering this time.
Roger. And Apollo 13 Houston, we'd like Omni Alpha, over. 13 Houston, now request on me, Charlie.
Roger, go to Charlie.
And 13 will be doing a handover now.
Okay.
And our booster engineer reports the S4B is nearly in the proper attitude. We're about 5.5 minutes from the scheduled time of separation, and we are expecting that the crew will have the television transmitter and camera on, beginning at a ground elapsed time of about 3 hours 15 minutes for television coverage of the docking.
Follow 13 Houston, you are go for T&D.
Okay, Joe, thank you.
And 13 Houston, check your noun 17 for extraction pitch attitude. It should be 319 degrees, over.
Okay, we'll look at it.
Houston 13, do we have a go for fire alarm?
13 Houston, affirmative. Your go for pyro arm, and recommend you secure the cabin pressurization.
We did. We closed the waste management vent valve there. Waste storage valve.
Okay, we're reading 6 psi in the cabin, Jack.
Roger, Joe. Thank you very much.
Telemetry data here on the ground indicates that the spacecraft has separated from the S-4B. Astronaut Jack Swigert at this time would be in the commander's couch, the left-hand couch, at the controls of the spacecraft during the transposition and docking maneuvers. And we should be getting television transmissions from the spacecraft beginning at about 3 hours 15 minutes ground elapse time.
Quite a bang, Joe. We've separated. We've pitched around about 60 degrees now.
Roger, Jack. We see you pitching.
Okay, we got the slough panels. One of them's out front now.
So.
Swigert reporting that the slough panels on the S-4B are coming into view.
Got the S-4B. I guess we're about 80 feet.
Good deal.
Okay, I'm going to come on with the TV now, Joe.
Okay, Fred, we're waiting for it.
The network controller reports we're getting television signals now from the spacecraft a bit earlier than expected. The crew is apparently somewhat ahead of the timeline in the transposition and docking maneuver. And we'll stand by for a television picture.
Houston, we got a groovy TV picture.
Sounds good.
we're looking down the nose of the S4B minus its slaw panels at this time, a top view of the LEM. At last report, Swigert said they were 80 feet away from the S4B, and that distance should be closing.
Is the focus good enough, Joe, that you can see all the glittering debris?
We've seen some debris, Fred. The booster itself is a little bit bright. What's your f-stop?
Okay, I'm at 22.
Why don't you go up a click and let us have a look at that?
Okay, you're at 24.
Okay, let's stay there for now, and I assume you're in peak.
Take off.
Houston, recommend rate 2 on the BMAX.
Thank you.
Fred Hayes is manipulating the TV camera. We haven't determined yet which window of the command module we're looking out of. Jack Swigert in the left-hand couch maneuvering the spacecraft command module into position for the docking. It's getting bigger.
As you might know, Joe, I got the center seat again. I can't see a thing.
Too bad.
I gave him the TV monitor.
Now this view of the Saturn third stage and the lunar module is coming to us from about 5,000 miles beyond Earth. The spacecraft and S4B traveling at a speed of about 22,900 feet per second at this time.
Can be moving the TV here directly. I'm going to pull it out of its bracket, Joe.
13 Houston, did you call?
All right, John, be moving the TV to get a better shot here, moving out of its bracket.
Okay, Fred, it's just beginning to cut off at the bottom, but it's still a very good picture. a good picture, Fred.
Yeah, we're just about there. About 10 more feet now.
Roger.
Everything looks pretty good down in the S4B too. The shroud still looks intact down there.
Good deal. There's really quite a bit of detail in this picture.
Okay, we've got 2 barber poles.
Houston, roger.
Be able to see down into the portion of the IU right now, Joe.
Fred, Houston, we'd like to try going to average on the TV for a minute or so.
Okay, you got average, and little yellow dust cap just floated by in front of us.
Yeah, we see it top of the screen. And Fred, after a few minutes of this, at your convenience, we could use some interior shots if you get the time, and if the lighting is good.
Okay.
And 13 Houston, the S4B vent times are nominal as in the flight plan within a few seconds.
Hard dog to Houston.
Roger, understand, hard dog, good deal. Fred, one more thing on the TV, if you could come down to F-22 again.
Okay, you got F-22 again. And Houston, Fred will handle the camera as we go through the post-doc and checklist.
Okay, Jim, real good.
Hayes apparently maneuvering the camera inside the spacecraft for an interior view at this point. We'll stand by and see if we've got enough light inside the spacecraft to get a usable picture.
Okay, Joe, I'm pointing over toward Jack, and it's pretty bright with the Earth out that window. Is it sort of washing out the picture here?
No, Fred, it's not. We've got a bright spot where the window is. The rest of you are semi-silhouette. It's a pretty impressive picture. Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead, Joe.
For Fred, the iOS has caught you with the fuel cell reactant valves and latch again.
Touché.
And we have word that the propellant usage for TND was nominal.
Okay, what is nominal, please?
Well, I didn't ask that yet, Jack. Stand by line.
Okay.
Fred, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Okay, with the direct sunlight from the window out of the TV camera field as it is now, we'd like you to open it up an f-stop or so, and if convenient, try and keep that bright spot out of the window.
Okay.
Houston, I guess we think we could stand one more click down on the f-stop.
Okay, Joe, he's going to do it.
That is, we want you to open it up. Looks like a very interesting book you're reading.
I've got two of them.
pretty, Fred.
Okay, I hope you got more detail than I have on the monitor here.
No, we probably don't, but it's kind of a neat picture anyway.
Houston, we're now going to finish repressurizing the tunnel.
Houston, roger.
This view is looking up into the docking tunnel of the command module with the tunnel lights showing toward the top of the tunnel.
Okay, about all we see on this picture, Fred, are the bright spots with the lights around the tunnel area. The hatch itself is pretty dark. Houston, by the way, we'd like to know how the high gain antenna lockup worked. Our signal strength is a little bit lower than we thought it would be.
It looked just the way I expected it to, Joe. I had her sitting there and react with the numbers cranked in, and as soon as we got pretty much through the rotation, I just threw it down to high gain, and it appeared to lock right up.
Okay, good deal. See that flashlight beam wandering around there. At this point, we're getting a good view of Jack Swigert in the left-hand seat of the command module.
Houston 13.
13 Houston, go ahead.
We'd kind of like to hold off on the starting the bidding again until we get the things pump back up inside here. One of you might give us a call, command us when to initiate that.
Okay, 13, will do.
Okay, I'm going to try to shift her up to look up into the tunnel here.
Okay, real good. Okay, 13 Houston, I think we could use an F-stop lower. What F-stop are you at now?
I'm about as low as you can go, Joe. I'm sitting on 4.4.
Okay.
What you're looking at, Joe, is the commander has removed the hatch and is proceeding to stow it.
Okay, 13, that's a pretty good picture there.
CDR is verifying the docking wedges now.
Roger.
Okay, Joe, Jim reports that there's a slight, burn smell up in the tunnel area as been reported in previous flights.
Okay, we copy that.
Okay, the commander reports all docking latches latched.
Houston, roger.
although we have a rather dim picture at this time, we can see Jim Lovell working in the tunnel area. Lovell has removed the hatch cover, inspected the docking latches, and reported that everything was in order in the tunnel. He should be shortly attaching the umbilical to the lunar module, which will provide power to the heaters and some of the critical LEM guidance equipment, and then reinstalling the tunnel hatch.
Houston, for your information, the S4B event is proceeding on schedule.
Okay, Joe. Yeah, Joe, that's concurrent with all the thousands of particles I see going by outside here.
Yeah, I guess I didn't need to tell you. Looks like Jim is connecting the umbilical at this time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's firm, Joe. Do you have any detail up in there at all on the monitor? It looks like I can make out the probe and drogue a little bit, but not much else.
We can see the probe pretty well, and we can see his hands quite well there.
Okay, we're powering the LEM now, Joe.
Okay, roger that. And the voltage looks good there, 13.
Roger. out that view now, out the left side, Joe.
Okay, Fred, real good. This television transmission has been going on now for about 40 minutes, and during that period of time the spacecraft has covered more than 5,000 miles. We currently show an altitude of 10,481 nautical miles.
Okay, you making that picture out there, Joe?
Yeah, is that the world? Okay, Fred, that's a pretty nice looking picture. I'd like to know what settings you used to get that.
Okay, I think Jim's holding it now, and he should be in about F22 infinity, and I think the 50 millimeter. And Jim says he thinks he has Baja in the picture now.
Okay, I think we could stand to go to F44 on that. Clouds are pretty bright.
Okay, we're going to have to press on here, Joe, so we're back inside.
Okay, thanks a lot.
how's that picture looking back outside now, Joe? We're getting ready for LM extraction.
Okay, that looks pretty good, Fred.
Houston, this is 13. Do we have a go for Pyro Arm?
13 Houston, affirmative. Your go for Pyro Arm.
When we went back up and rechecked the tunnel there, we found two latches that weren't cocked, and we reset them.
Oh, roger that, check.
I got a beautiful view of the Earth out window 1. By the way, yeah, the windows came through in real good shape. Window 5 looks real clean, so I'm kind of hopeful that HICON stuff will be really good.
Good deal.
I'm at window 3, Joe.
Okay, 13 Houston, your go for LM-SEP whenever you're ready.
Roger.
Okay, 13 Houston, correction on that, your go for LM-SEP at the nominal time, and for later, we don't want it early.
Okay, Joe, we'll do it at 4:01:00.
Roger.
We're now about 2 minutes away from the scheduled CSM-LM ejection time. At that time, the crew will activate a switch which separates the, or which fires pyrotechnics, separating tie-down straps and the spring actuators at the attach points of the LEM landing gear. We'll eject the LEM and the command and service module at a velocity of about 0.8 of a foot per second. This will be coupled then with a short burn with the reaction control system jets, adding another 0.4 of a foot per second to the separation velocity, giving them a total separation velocity of 1.2 feet per second.
We're about ready to pull the LEM out, Joe.
Okay, 13.
There she comes. Okay, it looks like we're clear, Joe.
Okay, looks good. It's weird because we get the TV about 10 seconds after you call it.
We've been advised that within a few minutes we will have to recycle the converter, which converts the television picture we're receiving from sequential black and white to color. This would require the converter to be down for a couple of minutes while it's reloaded with tape, and in that interim period of time we would expect the picture to be down.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you to tell us that you feel you're safely clear of the booster and give us a go to command the booster in its yaw maneuver. 14, Houston. Did you copy my last about giving us a go for the yaw?
Yeah, we're maneuvering, Joe, and we hadn't picked her back up again yet.
Okay, do you want to wait till you acquire it before we yaw it?
How much time do you have, Houston? Can you wait, or do you want to do it right now?
We can wait if you want us to, Jim.
Why don't you just wait just a little bit?
Okay.
Joe, did they ever get an idea what that the TD&E fuel was?
Jack, they're not willing to pin it down to a specific number right now because they say the tanks will warm up later on and the apparent consumption will go down, but it was nominal.
Okay. Houston, we have the S4B in sight. You go to maneuver the S4B.
Houston, roger that.
Houston, we're going to try to give you a shot of the S4B with the TV out window number 3.
Okay, real good, Jack. Our S-band signal strength has been fluctuating. Does it seem to be going all right up there in the auto track mode?
Yeah, right now it's dropped off to about the 70% point, Joe, in its work. And do you have a TV picture?
Not at the moment, Jim. We had a garbled one there for a few seconds, and we don't have one at this moment.
Okay, I can see the S4B now at the hatch window, and it's.
We had a garbled one there for a few seconds, and we don't have one at this moment.
Okay, I can see the S4B now at the hatch window, and it's.
Okay, Jim. Suddenly we have a very good picture.
Okay. Houston, I can see the gold shroud around the IU, and it looks like it's all intact.
Roger, Jim, we copy that. Incidentally, the APS evasive maneuver will be about 4 minutes late. It'll be at about 04 plus 18.
Roger.
Houston, wonder if you could zoom in on that S4B for us a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, more like that. That's nice. It's off our screen to the right now. Oh, that's very nice. Very nice.
Okay, Joe, is ECOM monitoring the 024 highlight again? We haven't yet started the venting yet.
Okay, stand by, I'll check. Jack, your cabin regs are still making up, but your go to open the waste management vent again at this time, and we'll delta the time to close it by the appropriate amount for you.
Okay, real fine. Well, we'll wait till the S4B does its maneuver here.
Okay.
We've just had a dropout in signal as the spacecraft maneuvered out of the field of view of the high gain antenna. At this point, the crew should be switching shortly to the Omni antennas, and we'd expect to reacquire signal lock-on.
Okay, Joe, we just had a momentary drop-off in signal strength again there.
Roger, Fred. We had an LOS for a minute, and we lost our TV picture. It looked...
Okay, Joe, we just had a momentary drop-off in signal strength again there.
Roger, Fred. We had an LOS for a minute, and we lost our TV picture. It looks like, yeah, we just got it back. Looks great again. Uh, 13 Houston, you might stop the F-stop down one more notch. If you got any left. And 13 Houston will be commanding the evasive maneuver in about 17 seconds.
We can see it start to move. However, there doesn't seem to be a lot of debris or vapor coming out of it.
Roger that, Jack. Booster says that's great. He says the booster's doing its thing normally. Concur, we don't see much on the television at all. Apollo 13 Houston, we'd like to change the S-band antenna configuration. Like you to go Omni Delta. Like you to go manual mode on high gain with pitch of -60 and yaw of 90, over.
Okay, you want us to Omni Delta and manual on the high gain, the minus 60 and plus 90, is that correct?
That's affirmative.
How much longer would you like the television?
Stand by on that. We'll get a word. Okay, 13, this is Houston. You can turn the TV off anytime you're ready. We've enjoyed the show. Houston, before you secure the TV, we'd like to know whether that was in maximum zoom, just for information.
That's firm, Jim, headed in max zoom.
Okay, good deal. That was a real good picture. And 13 Houston, the APS evasive maneuver appeared to be nominal. The lock stump time is now 4 plus 39 plus 20, about 3 minutes late.
Roger.
Booster engineer reports the preliminary indications are that our Saturn S4B evasive maneuver were successful. The flight dynamics officer will be evaluating the trajectory to assure that we've got the kind of separation from the spacecraft that we were looking for, and also to determine to what extent we're heading toward the trajectory which would impact the S4B on the moon. At 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, there will be a press conference in the News Center auditorium. This is the small auditorium in Building 1 with Ken Mattingly. Astronaut Mattingly, until a few days ago, was the prime command module pilot for the mission, and due to exposure to measles, was replaced by Jack Swigert. Mattingly has been in the control center and is currently in the control center observing the progress of the mission. To repeat, that press conference with astronaut Mattingly is scheduled for 6 p.m. Central Standard Time in the News Center auditorium.
Okay, Joe, we're right now opening the waste wedge vent.
Okay, Jack, we copy.
Houston, we're charging battery B.
Roger 13, we see it, looks good. Apollo 13, Houston, request Omni Alpha now, over.
This is Apollo Control at 4 hours 37 minutes. We're now about 3 minutes away from the scheduled LOX dump, the propulsive vent of liquid oxygen through the engine nozzle of the S-4B. The Saturn instrument unit will command this maneuver, will command the LOX dump, and the LOX will flow out the engine bell for 48 seconds or until the tank is empty, whichever comes first. The preliminary plan would be for the LOX dump to produce a change in velocity of about 28 feet per second, which would contribute to the trajectory change, placing the S-4B on an impacting trajectory with the moon. Subsequent mid-course corrections using the two 70-pound thrust auxiliary propulsion system units on the S-4B would be intended to correct this trajectory and bring it into the precisely pre-planned limits.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Go ahead, Joe.
Roger, they're having trouble verifying that the high gain is doing its thing. Like to verify that the pitch is -10, the Y is +350. You're in wide beam width and auto.
Okay, -10 pitch, +350 yaw, and wide beam width, and going into auto. You want high gain, John?
That's firm.
Okay. Here, coming at you.
Astronaut John Young, who was backup commander for Apollo 13, is now serving as capsule communicator in place of astronaut Joe Kerwin. This is Apollo Control. The Ken Mattingly press conference is scheduled to begin shortly in the MSC News Center auditorium. During the press conference, we will tape any conversation with the spacecraft and play that back immediately following the press conference. At 4 hours 45 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're T-minus 1 hour, 29 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. Finishing up at this time is the checks of the emergency detection system. Skip Chauvin, the test supervisor, now also making some, the spacecraft test supervisor, making some checks with the various members of the team launch crew inside the spacecraft. The boost protective cover has now come closed. This is the cover which will protect the spacecraft hatch both from the jettisoning of the launch escape system and also as it develops some friction as it goes up through the heavy Earth's atmosphere. The crew now, as they prepare the boost protective cover, will also be going around the white room, doing what's called breaking up the white room or generally preparing it for retraction. Once the closeout crew departs the white room area, that white room will be retracted to a standby position. It will remain in that standby position down through the countdown to the T-minus 5 minute mark, at which time it will come back to the fully retract position. Now T-minus 1 hour, 28 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 19 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. At this time, the closeout crew has reported from the White Room that they are in the last stages of clearing out the White Room and making it ready for its retract position. Also going on at this time are some computer checks with the launch vehicle. These computer checks will be run continuously throughout the final portion of the countdown to ensure that the ground computers are communicating properly with the computers aboard the space vehicle. The launch crew had been having some problems with a vent valve in the first stage of the liquid oxygen tank. As mentioned earlier, the liquid oxygen, as it does boil off, is vented to the atmosphere. One of these vent valves appeared to be sticking. That problem now does appear to be solved as it has been brought closed. Now T-minus 1 hour, 19 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 9 minutes, 59 seconds and counting. At this time in the command module, Odyssey, the 3 crewmen, Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell, Command Module Pilot Jack Swigert, and Lunar Module Pilot Fred Hayes are very busy. The Spacecraft Commander and Command Module Pilot are configuring the stabilization and control system for liftoff and aligning that system with the guidance platform aboard the spacecraft. Also going on at this time is a check of the large propulsion system engine below the service module. This engine can be gimbaled in response to commands. This is done in 2 ways, and these systems are being checked out at this time. There is a thumb wheel control which can set the engine to a preset position for certain maneuvers, and also a rotational hand controller which can be used for the actual flight of a maneuver. These checks are being made now, the engine being gimbaled, with Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell indicating the position that he is putting these to, and readouts are being made to ensure that the engine is gimbaling in proper response. Also at this time, a final checkout by the crew of the entry monitoring system. Also a final setting of this system. Our countdown proceeding well at this time, T-minus 1 hour, 8 minutes, 40 seconds. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're just passing the 1 hour mark in our countdown. Now in the final hour of the countdown toward the launch of Apollo 13. The closeout crew has now left the White Room area and will be standing by for the retraction to the 12-degree position of swing arm number 9. We've received word from the distinguished guest site that the stands over there are near capacity with some 4,500 guests in the area. The Vice President of the United States, Spyro Agnew, and Chancellor Willy Brandt, his special guests, have arrived in the area, although they are not at the stands yet. Out on the causeway at a guest site, we have 7,000. This is the largest guest number that we have ever had on our causeway site. To recap our countdown, which has proceeded very well today, we resumed the count after a 9 hour and 13 minute built-in hold at 4:13 a.m. this morning. At that time, the cryogenic loading began. This is loading aboard the extremely cold liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen is the fuel for the second and third stage. Liquid oxygen, the oxidizer used on all 3 stages. RP1, or rocket propellant number 1, is the fuel used in the first stage. It is a kerosene-type fuel and was loaded before the countdown demonstration test back in mid-March. The cryogenic loading went well. There's over 800,000 gallons of cryogenics loaded aboard the Saturn V vehicle at this time. We entered a 1 hour built-in hold. This is a planned hold at the T-minus 3 hour and 30 minute mark. The crew was alerted this morning shortly before 9 a.m. by Colonel Tom Stafford, Chief of the Astronaut Office. They then proceeded for a short or brief medical examination by Dr. John Teagan and Dr. Alan Harder. They were pronounced in good shape and ready for their flight. They then had the traditional breakfast of steak and eggs, tenderloin steak, eggs, orange juice, coffee, jelly, and toast. After a brief mission briefing, they donned their spacesuits and took the 8-mile trip in the transfer van to the pad area. They have now been in the spacecraft going through a variety of tests and checks, going over all their switch lists and so on. Our weather at this time is better than had been predicted earlier. We're still looking for some clouds to move into the area, and we'll be expecting a temperature of approximately 80 degrees at our launch time. We continue counting down toward a launch time of 2:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now at T-minus 57 minutes, 15 seconds and counting, this is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 55 minutes and counting. T-minus 55 minutes and counting, and the countdown continues to go well here at the Kennedy Space Center. The closeout crew has now left the White Room. We're standing by for the retraction of the swing arm. Swing arm number 9, that's actually scheduled to come at the 43-minute mark in the countdown. However, the closeout crew did leave somewhat early, so that event could come a little bit early than scheduled. Now we'll go to the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, Texas for a status.
This is Mission Control, Houston. At the present time, the flight controllers here in Mission Control are monitoring the countdown and the status of the crew, the launch vehicle, and the spacecraft. The Worldwide Manned Spaceflight Network is up and ready to support the launch. We do have a problem with the Vanguard tracking ship downrange in the mid-Atlantic. A tracking data processor, we understand, is down on the Vanguard, and we will not get high-speed radar tracking unless this problem is cleared up. The Vanguard is a desirable element of the tracking network, but is not essential, and we're going to continue the launch with that problem. Just a few minutes ago, Ken Mattingly, who until a few days ago was the prime command module pilot for Apollo 13, arrived in Mission Control. Ken will be assisting at the Capcom console, and he's joined astronaut John Young and astronaut Joe Kerwin on the Capcom console. As he arrived in Mission Control, Flight Director Milton Windler greeted him and said, "Sorry to see you here, Ken." This is Mission Control, Houston, at T-minus 53 minutes and 20 seconds.
This is Apollo Saturn launch control, T-minus 49 minutes 58 seconds and counting. At this time, we're making some preparations for range safety command system checks. These checks are of the system aboard the launch vehicle, which could be used by the range safety officer to destroy the vehicle should it stray off its intended course. These destruct actions, of course, would not be taken until the astronaut crew had been advised and were safely away from the vehicle. We're also standing by to wait for swing arm 9 to retract. That should be happening within the next 5 or 10 minutes. The countdown continuing to move along nicely in the last hour now, T-minus 49 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 45 minutes and counting. T-minus 45 minutes and counting. Preps are now underway for moving the swing arm back to the 12-degree or park position. Launch site recovery forces have called in at this point and have indicated they're on station and ready to support the launch of Apollo 13. The prime crew inside the spacecraft at this time left the manned spacecraft operations building at Kennedy Space Center at 11:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning on their way out to the pad. They took the 8-mile trip in the transfer van, went up to the White Room level where Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell was the first one to board the spacecraft at 11:32 a.m. He was followed by the lunar module pilot, who moved in. Fred Hayes moved into the right-hand seat at 11:32. The command module pilot stood by in the elevator with a suit technician, was the last one to come aboard. He came aboard at 11:44 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are now standing by for retraction of the White Room. That should occur in approximately 47 seconds. When it comes back, it will come back to a 12-degree or standby position. From this position, it can be quickly brought back to the command module if there is a need for the crew to egress or if we need to get a team into the crew. At the T-minus 5-minute mark in the countdown, the swing arm number 9 will come back to the fully retract position, and it will then stay in the fully retract position throughout the launch. Once the White Room has been moved back to the 12-degree position, the launch escape tower above the command module will be armed. Now standing by for the movement of the swing arm 9 some 5 seconds from this time. T-minus 43 minutes and counting, and swing arm 9 should be coming back. Swing arm 9 moving back now to the 12-degree position. It's about some 10 feet now from the spacecraft. We now have word that the Vice President, Spiro Agnew, and the Chancellor of West Germany, Willy Brandt, have arrived at the distinguished guest site. Now T-minus 42 minutes, 31 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 39 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. At this time, the command destruct system tests are now underway with the launch vehicle team. The launch escape system above the command module has now been armed, and that escape system now would be capable of lifting the command module free of the launch vehicle should a problem arise. A correction to the last announcement, the lunar module pilot Fred Hayes entered the spacecraft at 11:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. Our countdown proceeding at this time, T-minus 39 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
This is a test on PAO release, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, test out.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 34 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. At this time, the range safety command checks have just been completed. Preparations are now underway for the power transfer test. This is a critical test to ensure that the power can be transferred from the external source, which we have been using to conserve on batteries, to ensure that the power can be successfully transferred to the batteries aboard the space vehicle and that the systems are go on those space vehicle batteries. Now T-minus 34 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control as we move into the final half hour of our countdown. T-minus 29 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. The Brevard Sheriff's Department, Brevard County, Florida, has reported that along Route 1, the closest major highway to Kennedy Space Center, there are some 100,000 people and 25,000 cars parked watching for the launch of Apollo 13. Along the Indian and Banana Rivers, it's reported that both rivers are literally filled with boats and spectators standing by to watch the launch. A private airport in Brevard County also reports some 500 private planes have landed and are parked at the airport. Our countdown continuing now. The power transfer test underway. T-minus 29 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 25 minutes and counting. T-minus 25 minutes and counting, and that critical launch vehicle power transfer test has been successfully completed. The lunar module will remain on internal power for approximately 10 minutes while the instrumentation aboard the lunar module is thoroughly checked out. It will then be deactivated and won't be reactivated again until the men enter the lunar module on their trip to the moon. As the Apollo Saturn V sits on the pad at this time, it's 214,369 nautical miles from their destination, the moon. Now, T-minus 24 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control.